Okay, and
We're broadcasting live.
we're live?
We are live.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Let me get to the right place on the agenda here. This is the Town of Mono Council meeting on October the 10th, 2023. This meeting is being conducted both in chambers and by means of electronic participation as permitted by Section 238-3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended and by the Town of Mono's Procedure Bylaw 2020-42. The Mayor, John Creelman, will be here momentarily. In the meantime, the Deputy Chair, that's me, Fred Nix, is chairing this meeting. You can view the meeting starting now, and the address to view it is on the agenda, which if you've downloaded, you've got. Residents also have the option to join the council meeting virtually using the following access information. And again, if you've got the agenda, it tells you how to access it. Or you can dial 1-647-497-9391. We have a quorum. The emergency exits for the people in the audience is directly behind you. The public should be notified that these proceedings are being video recorded and broadcast. Councillors may disclose a pecuniary interest now or at any time during the meeting, and we'll begin with a land acknowledgement with Elaine Capes.
Thank you. We would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that the town of Mono resides within the traditional territory and ancestral lands of the Teonatate, Attawandaron, Haudenosaunee, and Anishinaabe peoples. We also acknowledge that the town of Mono resides within the treaty lands named under Treaty 18, the Nottawasaga Purchase of 1818. These traditional territories upon which we live and learn are steeped in rich Indigenous history and traditions. It is with this statement that we declare to honor and respect the past and present connection of Indigenous peoples with this land, its waterways, and resources.
Thank you, Councillor Capes. I don't have the motions in front of me, but I know the order. They're in the green folder. I'll get them. The first motion I have is to approve the agenda. Are there any additions to the agenda? Was there one?
Yes, Deputy Mayor Nix, if we could add the letter that I put on desk from the town of Orangeville with respect to the Tier 3 water budget study.
Okay. And that will come under bylaws, correspondence, and new business, so it'll be item number 4.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good.
Any other additions to the agenda? Well, Mr. Clerk, these aren't in the right order. Can I just move that, someone move that we adopt the agenda as presented? Councillor Kate, seconded by Councillor Davies. As amended, thank you. All in favor? The agenda is adopted. Now the minutes. I've got them in the right order now. I have a motion in front of me that council approves the minutes of session 18-2023 as circulated. Do I have a mover? Councillor Capes, Councillor Manktelow. Any objections? That motion passes. We have some proclamations. The first one is Cybersecurity Awareness Month proclamation, and I'll read this out. Whereas October is recognized as Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and whereas Cybersecurity Awareness Month is an internationally recognized campaign held each October to promote cybersecurity, and whereas digital technology plays a central role in our everyday lives, and it can have far-reaching security, economic, and social impacts, and whereas there is an increasing threat of cyber attacks and risks to our privacy, and whereas the internet is a shared resource and securing it is a shared responsibility, And whereas the Corporation of the Town of Mono acknowledges its responsibility by taking a proactive and adaptive approach to data security, now therefore I, Deputy Mayor Fred Nix, on behalf of Council, do hereby proclaim October 2023 as Cybersecurity Awareness Month in the Town of Mono, dated in Council on this 10th day of October 2023. Do I sign it now, Clerk, or can I do this at the end?
You can just move on, Deputy Mayor Nix.
Thank you. I think we have another proclamation. As soon as I find my place, I'll read it. Yes, we have Local Government Proclamation Week. Whereas every year Ontario celebrates Local Government Week during the third week of October to increase public awareness of the important role local governments play in our communities, and whereas Local Government Week was developed by the Province of Ontario, the Association of Municipal Managers, Clerks and Treasurers of Ontario, and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario to celebrate the key role that Ontario local governments play in helping to define the character, priorities, amenities, and physical makeup and quality of life of communities across Ontario. And whereas the municipal level of government performs the function that significantly impacts the day-to-day life of citizens, now therefore I, Deputy Mayor Fred Nix, on behalf of Council, do hereby proclaim October 15th to the 21st, 2023 as Local Government Week in the Town of Mono, dated in Council on the 10th day of October 2023, Town of Mono. Now, I will relinquish the hammer, the gavel, and welcome John Creelman.
Thank you for that indulgence, a last-minute court appearance. Not mine. Good morning, everyone, and we're now at the point of public question period. Do we have any questions submitted in writing, Mr. Simpson?
We received no questions submitted online in advance, Your Worship.
Anything from the floor? Lewis, come on forward. Oh, I know, but they're next.
Oh, thank you. Good morning. I've got 3 quick points, and then I'll leave it with you. I think this is my first one turned out to be very appropriate, other than a delegation coming today. I seem to be the only guest of the.
Oh, Lewis, just for the record, if you could give us your name and address.
Pardon?
If you could give us your name and address for the record.
Lewis Baker, 388-193 Mono Center Road.
Thanks.
That's it? Okay. I had dinner last week with a couple of the active farmers. It was social, wives were there, so it wasn't about anything in particular. But I couldn't resist asking a question of the farmers, the one that does a particularly large tracts of land. I said, why are you people not, you quote people, not involved in coming to any council meetings? And I'm referring to going back years. And the one chap said, well, we tried a couple of years ago. We ran the odd occasion. But when they switched the time to the morning meetings, that disassociated every farmer in Mono from council. And we start a little bit earlier than 9 o'clock. And in the odd time when I wanted to go there, I never got any answers. I was rushed through my questions. So we have no interest at all in going further the way things are now, particularly with morning meetings.
At the risk of rushing you through your question, could you phrase a question? I suspect it is.
I would think that the question would be, considering the lack of attendance for many years, and worse, can't be worse than today, I would think that a special meeting should be held with tremendous publicity to the public as to what's wrong and how we're going to cure it. And I think that should happen as quick as possible and have significant priority over most of the things on the agenda.
Okay.
So that's my motion.
Your question, or your suggestion. I'm going to let other councillors weigh in here, but I think there's really two issues. One is, as you know, we are experimentally looking or involved in a daytime meeting approach currently. We are going to revisit that. I'm not certain when that time is up, but we decided to try it to see whether it works better. Nighttime meetings can be pretty grueling and sometimes aren't over with until way past 10 o'clock. So at least with daytime meetings, we have the flexibility of sitting past 12 o'clock noon. As for a special meeting, we recently had a town hall meeting that was fairly well attended. You may or may not have liked the format or the outcome, but we did our very best to limit we totally eliminated the presentations, and we had Q&A from the floor. And I'm not certain what more you expect us to have. You have your analysis of how well we're doing, and we have a differing analysis from other residents. So anyone want to jump in? Ralph?
Thanks, Your Honor. Louis, I was to propose this daytime meeting and give it a trial for a year, so I should speak to it. I think there were a couple of issues. One is that people weren't coming at night. We were trying to have a sort of people who are working the daytime, such as farmers, could come at night, and it wasn't happening. People were not attending. And the other is the productivity thing. The 11 people sitting here, the general feeling was they were more productive in the morning than we are at 9 or 10 o'clock at night.
If I can address your comment for the moment.
Louis, this is not a debate. We are limited
Okay.
to questions, okay? And we're trying to answer your question. You may not like the answers, but we're doing our best.
Somebody was going to speak.
Any other? Okay. Go ahead, Melinda.
I mean, it just strikes me, thank you, Mayor, it just strikes me, Mr. Baker, about your question that it's true. I mean, 7 o'clock to 11 o'clock, I mean, that was what the meetings were, is tiring. Everybody's worked all day, and we've all done stuff all day. And so I don't know, maybe a compromise, I don't know, just a thought. Maybe a compromise, a late afternoon meeting, a dinner time meeting. I mean, something where something when residents are available, when our staff's, still kind of a little fresh or whatever. But the idea of a meeting at 7 o'clock just exhausts me thinking about it. These 9 o'clock were fresh, and it's not like it hasn't been, advertised that the meeting's going to be at 9 o'clock, so you can now zoom in too, so a farmer could, from his phone in his field, in fact, zoom in and ask a question. I mean, it is so convenient now with our technology. But I thank you for your question, and as Councillor Mangelo says, this it's always up for discussion. But we did make a resolution that we would try this for a year to see how many people can come in the morning and how well we do with our meetings.
I believe you had a second question, then we have to move on to our delegation, which is scheduled in
yes.
1 minute.
Enforcement.
Mhm.
I think the key to a successful enforcement is, one, not having to do it. Second is it creates income. According to Les, about a year or two ago, you haven't received any fines in 5 or 6 or more years in Mono fines. And I'll give you an example. A couple of you at the table today, when we had the manufacturer over here, what did we call him? Well, whatever. And before he started construction of his motorcycle business, the senior people, staff of Mono, some were told no fines for bringing fill on the weekends. we're going to be very out of the way and not
Louis,
do this.
that's an allegation, and I don't know.
That's not an allegation. The
Well,
person's in the room right now. Okay.
Your question, please.
The question is, if you're going to spend time enforcing, the biggest enforcement is the fine. And if you don't have fines, it doesn't really matter. Now, I realize if you take it to court, there's some minor fines if you're successful, you win. But to say that we haven't had, and I went through the Cox matter, there were no fines. And there haven't been any since.
Well, that was a hearing.
I don't care what you call it. It's a breach.
Okay, can I address that quickly,
Yeah.
and then we're going to have to go on to our delegations. It's not true to say that we haven't had fine revenue. We have fine revenue from parking tickets that have been handed out over the past couple of years. We've had court decisions that have resulted in fines being levied. We have said over and over again that the level of fines for provincial offense matters is absolutely unacceptable, and they should be increased so they become a deterrent and not simply the cost of doing business. We are continuing to pursue that, and I've taken that argument as high as the Attorney General, and I think we're finally getting some acknowledgement that the fines in the realm of POA, which is the realm that we're most familiar with, are completely inadequate. And there's a process for getting those fines reconsidered, and we are going through that. And we're starting with the bylaws that are most frequently breached in the town, and we're looking for substantial fines from that. There's two types of fines. There's the parking ticket type fine, Part 1, and there's a fine as a result of a Part 3 that is leveled, but that is awarded by the court. That's not something that you can go in and pay and the matter disappears. It has to go to trial. There has to be a plea.
What do fines, the fill fines come in?
They would be Part 3s in all probability,
But that isn't-
but not necessarily, not
Yeah.
necessarily.
So that's not necessarily a court matter.
Yeah. But as for the Part 1 fines, we're at the mercy of the decision of the regional senior judge as to what an appropriate fine is. And invariably, their opinion is quite different than what ours is. And we are working on that.
All right, the only comment I'll make on your enforcement is that I think the bylaw rambles and is very confusing. The draft I saw and I read.
Well, the enforcement policy, which it's not a bylaw, the enforcement policy is going to be something that we're visiting later on in the agenda.
Yeah.
And we are tightening it up. We've eliminated the necessity of a formal complaint. The bylaw inspectors are now free to lay charges where there is a violation in plain sight. We are taking away the discretion to arbitrarily declare somebody a vexatious complainant and giving that person an opportunity to appeal that description to council. And there's other things in there that we're trying to make certain that the regime is tough and is workable.
Okay.
Thank you. So it's just a little bit past 9:15, and we have a delegation for the Purple Hill area. Bradley, nice to see you.
Okay, grab a seat. So, Council, Mr. Mayor sent an email about 8 o'clock this morning with a new presentation, different from the one that was on the agenda. We've been able to get that loaded up. There's also a 5-minute video, so I propose that if Mr. Bradley's done with 5 minutes remaining, after giving his presentation, the council may want to entertain watching the 5-minute video that he's also prepared and sent earlier this morning.
Okay.
So,
Bradley, just to be mindful of our time limitations if we can. Thank you, appreciate that.
There's your mic, so we're going to put your presentation on screen. You can advance it using your keyboard or mouse. It's a PDF, so probably just page
Just
down,
roll it
page
down.
advance. Give Andrew a minute to
Yep.
get it on screen.
Wonderful. Oh. So I want to start by thanking you all for giving me some of your time. I would definitely will use it. I recognize it's precious, and I do appreciate all the work that you guys do. And certainly watching a lot of the meetings in the past have given me a lot of light into how much work and effort you put in every single meeting. They do run long. So I'm here predominantly because I am a citizen and resident of the Purple Hill community. You know, I'm here with my wife and my son, who's doing a project on civics. So, pardon me. My name is Bradley Mayer Harmon. I live at 22 Old Oak Lane in Mono, Purple Hill. Thank you for reminding me. So the primary reason I want to help my community and represent my community in pushing forward on seeing some progress at the Purple Hill Park is because I'm also a father, and one day, God willing, I'll be a grandfather, and I'd love to bring my kids to the park and see it progress over time as well. So obviously, in the current state of affairs for the Purple Hill Park, it's 3.87 acres, approximately just over 1% of the acreage is used in that individual park. The state of the sand is that the grass is growing into it. The state of the playground, you know, one of the wheels, the mechanism on it is broken, and so there is a potential chance that kids could get their fingers caught in there, so there's a slight hazard there. But otherwise, the primary concern by most residents is that the sand is quite messy, and they'd like to see some type of improvement, repair, or replacement of that actual park itself. Obviously, seeing as the park hasn't been upgraded since 2002, we would like to see some progress. I've also included kind of comparative images and descriptions of what's available in some of the other parks across Mono. And obviously, we recognize that the town council has invested a lot of time and energy and money into making sure that all of our parks in Mono are quite nice. And we actually believe that our interests and our motivations are aligned in that regard, because we would like to see our park see some similar progress, and we appreciate the investment you've made in other parks. Purple Hill community priorities. Now, across a lot of consultation, this has been the consensus of the people. Now, of course, in any type of communications with the community, there's never going to be an absolute answer, but this is the best we could come up with across door knocking, petitions, surveys online, and qualitative and quantitative data accumulated by myself and some of my community members. So first, one of the things that came up the most was the modern multi-sports pad that can be utilized both in summer and winter. So that can be used for the existing work that we do as a group of parents who actually participate regularly in building the ice rink every year for the last 5 years. An awesome gentleman who lives across the street from me, Marcus, he has been spearheading this project, and unfortunately he couldn't be here with me today, but he sends his regards. Community pavilion, we do believe that there's an opportunity to have a pavilion there. There's both parents, also grandparents who would like to see something where they could have some cover while watching their kids in the playground. And finally, the playground repair or replacement. Benefits of a multi-sports pad are numerous, and certainly I don't need to be going through all of those with you because you guys recognize that these are important investments in communities, but it certainly is something that will go a long way in ensuring that our children and community members have access to a safe environment that's not on the road to play multiple sports and do several different types of activities. Additional amenities, these are other things that can come up, and again, that's probably part of the planning process. You know, a long lifespan, we recognize that nothing's going to happen overnight, and more importantly, this is a long process. We don't expect everything to happen within a short period of time. We just hope to see a commencement of project. Community support, so as I mentioned earlier, we have a variety of different information provided by different community members, and we've done door-to-door survey results. We have community online feedback, which goes into depth about, so we have over 94% or 76 of the 81 respondents on the community page who have advocated for some investment in the park. We do have a community video, which we'll try to get to and maintain under the 5-minute mark. So pardon me if I'm rushing through it. These are just some of the people who participated in our video. There was a lot of hesitant people who don't want to be on camera. So you'll have to forgive not having everyone who was involved. But certainly these are the brave people who were willing to stand in front of the camera. Recent Town of Mono park investments. So the only reason I bring this up is it's because I recognize how much investment and time has gone into ensuring that the rest of our community is vibrant and is used. And so we certainly would like to, that I also included that in the package. I'm worried about your time, and I don't want to go through each individual item at this moment because I recognize I have a limited space. But certainly the main point here is that since 2002, we haven't had any major capital investments. I recognize there are regular maintenance involved in maintaining the park as it is. We would just like to see some change. Purple Hill Park revitalization costs. So obviously we don't have extensive data as it relates to all of the costs associated with some of the things that the community is asking for. But we do have a quote that we provided in 2021 when we asked for a similar request, which was the multi-sports pad. And that quote came to with cumulatively $99,921.38. And that was provided, I believe, in our first package. Reserves and possible grants. So we recognize there are possible grants that we can take advantage of. Granted, there are limitations as it relates to what type of grants we can apply for on an annual basis, but certainly if we plan for it, we can try to capture them. And so some of the grants that I've seen the town be able to accomplish in the past in conjunction with other organizations are the Trillium Grant and the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program. We also recognize that Parks and Lieu is a fund that our community continues to contribute to as well as part of the Town of Mono, and we would like to see, in addition to the Purple Hill Reserve Park Fund, we'd like to see some investment from the Parks and Lieu as well. And then conclusion, I really do look forward to hopefully working with you and my community in conjunction to ensure that we can continue to make Mono a fantastic place to live, and maybe one day I can, maybe not my son as much, but maybe one day my grandson and my daughter, we can go to the park when it's revitalized. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Comments? Go ahead, Fred, and then Elaine.
Bradley, thanks very much for that excellent presentation. You've certainly raised the importance of that issue on the radar screen for me. But I just want to give one, and I think you're absolutely right. We need to do something, and let's think about it. But I just want to give one cautionary comment. We're going to deal with the Public Works capital budget today. And last year when we dealt with it, we had to chop, over $1 million off what those guys over there need for trucks and roads and stuff. And this year, we're going to be into the same thing. So the thought that goes through my mind is, I just want you to know this. It's not that I'm against anything you've said, but what the wheels that are spinning in the back of my mind are, oh boy, where's the money going to come from? Because we have a tough budget year coming up. But anyway, thanks again for your presentation.
Thank you very much. It's nice to see your family here, too. I very much appreciate the work that you've gone to bring this presentation forward. You just didn't say, oh, let's have, and come forward. I think that you've done a lot of work, and I think that the community has done the right thing by coming together to present in a very cohesive manner what they would like to see. Now, I do also want to talk about the budget. I know Kim will be coming forward with the recreation budget, and I'm hoping that you will be amenable to sharing your survey data so that the recreation director has that information if she doesn't already have it, and working together. So I'll look forward to seeing the recreation budget component capital investment section. So we were doing a whole asset management planning around that, so it's possibly why your park is last on the list, but I'm sure that we can do something. But I thank you very, very much for bringing that forward. Very great.
Thank you. Ralph and then Melinda.
Thanks for coming here, and it's great to see the support of your community, and I love the fact you're interested in making it better. I have a question for Kim, and it's about a multi-sports pad, which I personally don't have any real knowledge about. How well do they work? I mean, Brad has mentioned 5, I think you mentioned 8 different things, including cycling and pickleball and tennis at one time. So your list is dynamic, which is fine. What actually, how useful are these pads for the various sports that have been outlined?
Councillor Mangtalo, as you may recall, the multipurpose pad for Purple Hill Park has been requested in previous years in the Recreation Department's capital budget. And the reason for that is because they are truly a multi-purpose amenity that we can put into our parks. We do have 2 other pads in various parks at Mono Center and at Medill Meadows. And those pads are used extensively for ball hockey, for basketball. We do put basketball courts in our multipurpose pads. They're used in the winter for our skating rinks. And that's one of the predominant reasons that we love these multipurpose pads, at least from the Recreation Department standpoint, is because it means that the surface is already there and it holds the water quite a bit longer than putting it up just on the grass surface, as Purple Hill residents have been doing for a number of years now. It also means the boards are already there for the rink, and they're not having to reinstall boards every year for their rink. Getting back to other amenities, which I really very much love about these pads, is for particularly in neighborhoods such as Purple Hill Park, where there are no sidewalks. It gives an opportunity for children to be able to learn to skateboard, to learn to bike ride, without having to do so on the road. And so when you're getting little 4- and 5-year-olds who are riding a bike for the first time, this is an absolutely opportune area for them to be able to be out. I can go on and on about the opportunities provided by this, like even something as simple as hopscotch, so they're not playing hopscotch on the road. The recreation opportunities provided by a multipurpose pad are certainly unending. However, I do recognize our challenges budget-wise, which of course always comes into play. I mean, it would be wonderful if we had an unending amount of funds during budget deliberations. Unfortunately, we don't, so that's where our priorities have to come into play, or at least council's priorities.
Thanks, Kim. And what about the 2 racket sports, pickleball and tennis? Is that appropriate for them? And also about construction, is a concrete the medium of choice?
From the other 2 pads, I'll talk first about the concrete versus the asphalt. From the other 2 pads and the research that I have done, it has been our findings that the asphalt pad is the better way to go, just because the surface is a little more flexible for the sports. So it's always been recommended to me to go asphalt as opposed to concrete for these pads. Obviously, we like that because asphalt is a little more economical than the concrete pads as well. As far as the surface itself for tennis and for pickleball, just as recently as this year when we were having the new pickleball courts built at Mono College Park, we looked at the use of our multi-purpose pads in our other 2 parks for an option of play for the pickleball club, so they had somewhere else to play pickleball. Unfortunately, the finding was that the asphalt surface just is not conducive for the playing of tennis or pickleball. I mean, if you want just a little pickup game where you bring a portable net and you want to hit something back and forth over the net, sure, it's great. But for those who are truly wanting to play a true game of pickleball or tennis, we've got to go to the surfaces that we're used to putting in Mono.
Melinda? And then
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was terrific, and I don't know, I liked the one that you first sent in the agenda too. I thought that was with your notepad. That was awesome. one of the first things that I was involved in was the first request for the multipurpose pad a couple of years ago, or I don't know whether I was sitting in this chair or whether I was just watching the Zoom because I wanted to sit in this chair. But it's money. It's money. So it's on the list. And with respect to the playground equipment, it totally is on the list, because I know that there was also reference to how we've moved money around from one reserve to the other, which out of necessity. But it is safety of the children with respect to the playground equipment. It's definitely on the list, and I'm going to fight that that's not going to be removed because of the safety of the children. So, but I think there are lots of, again, reading through the package, I was like, why all this grants is one thing, but also just the other tiers of government supplying help for us is something that we need to pursue. So thanks for putting this on the top, though. Be rest assured, it was on the list already, and we'll get Purple Hill up to speed just like our other parks.
Bradley, I think you had something to add, and then I'm going to try and sum up for council.
Thanks again, and I appreciate all of your kind words. So I just wanted to speak to Ralph's comments about the pickleball and tennis court. I don't believe yes, there were in the survey, some people mentioned tennis or pickleball, but I don't believe it's the interests of the group necessarily as a majority to push for those issues, because we do recognize the town's already got like 8+ tennis courts and pickleball, and like 6 brand new pickleball courts at the new pickleball court club and stuff like that. So I think predominantly this pad is also going to save a lot of the community volunteers who participate in the ice rink every year. So it's going to serve a multi-seasonal purpose, and the hope was to have a concrete pad because from my understanding, it makes for a lot easier to facilitate the concrete and the ice rink, so to speak, as well as, but yeah, we didn't have necessarily any intentions to make it more extravagant in regards to having like that type of service. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Kim, briefly.
Sorry, I just very quickly wanted to say that in the past, sometimes what has happened is council has recognized the importance or the need of certain recreation amenities, and in principle has agreed in that. And at what we have done is then left it open that if any grant opportunities become available, such if ICIP opens up again or the Ontario Trillium Foundation, that council encourages staff to move forward with an application for a project that otherwise would not be able to be funded.
And that has actually happened. I'd like to thank you and your family for coming today and your work on the presentation. It's very thorough. It's very timely, in as much as we're now just starting to look at our budget. You correctly identify several sources of monies, primarily the reserve funds and the park dedication monies. Kim has addressed the issue of external grants, which has been a key component to much of what we've done in the past few years, and also the fact that we have been doing an ice surface there since I think the beginning of this century, somewhere, and this would obviously make that whole process a lot easier. So I think Kim has heard you loud and clear. We have. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone.
And we'll watch the video, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Look, could I have one question, please?
Yes, if you could tell us who you are and where your address is.
Yes, for sure. My name is Lisa Denning, and I live at 17 Ashwood Park, so I live right beside the park. And we love the park. We've been here for 3 years. Before I was here, I lived at another park on the west side of Orangeville for 15 years. So I truly love being by the park, and I have no concerns with fixing up the park, the sand or whatever is required. My only concern with putting in a pad and adding more gazebos and pavilions, a couple of things, but the main thing is the parking. Because with the pad, it's going to attract more kids. There's no sidewalks here. And the parking, there's really only 2 spots across from the park. So people are parking, further down the street. There's only 3 feet on some parts of the shoulder. So there's kids running in and out. And again, I'm very mindful because I live here, so I go very slow. But I just worry about the safety of all the kids and the adults and the parking. And sometimes people congregate on the road while they're getting their coffee and their kids and their dogs. So I'm concerned about the parking with the added activity with this sports pad.
Ms. Stenning, that is going to be an obvious consideration when we decide ultimately what to do, and I don't think that's lost on the delegation today either.
Okay.
So
I just want to make
thank you
sure,
for
because-
reminding us of that, and it is an issue, and we acknowledge that it needs to be addressed in some fashion.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you again. Our next delegation is from the Orangeville Fire Services, and I think we see you in the back of the room there, sir, if you could both come forward and if you could give us your names. And I just commence by saying that we've received your written presentation, and I think if you would be amenable to questions from council based on that and based on the budget this year, that would be very helpful.
Perfect. So just to introduce myself, so I'm Mike Richardson. I'm the acting fire chief for Orangeville Fire Services. And I brought our treasurer with us, and Patrick will introduce himself.
Yeah, Patrick Kelly, the treasurer with the town of Orangeville.
Yeah, welcome. So I think if I can lead off, one of the biggest issues for us has been the rather large increase in contributions to the fire service this year, followed by 3 more successive years where the amount is somewhat less. And I think we privately inquired as to whether or not we might be able to average that out over the course of the 4-year contract. So that, I believe, is top of mind. And we make that request mindful of the fact that the fire hall project, I think, is on hold. And I think members of council may have some questions about that because it's quite impactful, not only to us, but I think all of the residents of Orangeville and the other municipalities that you serve. So if you could address those two issues for us.
Certainly, Your Worship. So I'll start with the fire hall project. The fire hall project is a go. So there was 2 options the town was actually looking at. So a net carbon zero building and then just building an efficient fire station. So the town has gone with we're going to build an efficient fire station for various reasons in regards to payback, the cost of a net carbon zero building. But rest assured, the fire station is a go. It's gone through design, it's at engineering, and it should be going out for an RFP in the spring, and we should be having shovel in the ground by Q3 of next year.
However, it still doesn't explain why our increase from fire services in the range of 23% this year. Presumably that's even before construction starts. I mean, I know you've expended monies to design it and you've gone through a shift in thinking on it, but our concern remains. 23% in 1 year is quite considerable, and I know most of that money has actually been advanced already, so the point may be moot. Nonetheless, it is concerning.
Yeah, so thank you, Mayor. I may be able to add a little bit of context on the percentage increase. So I'll start with saying I've come on board with the town of Orangeville in the last month, so I'm getting up to speed on a lot of these items and was asked to attend this meeting, and I'm happy to be here to provide additional context. Looking at the funding formula that's used to calculate the annual contributions, it would appear that for several years, the amount of funding that was contributed to capital replacement and long-term capital costs from the area municipalities was well below the threshold where it should be at. I believe it was Councillor Capes, a number of the councillors speaking about asset management planning and the impacts here within the town. That same issue is in place with the town of Orangeville. Long-term asset management planning has shed quite a bit of light on the costs of capital. We all know that capital infrastructure costs are rising rapidly and don't seem to be going down anywhere. So the main driver in that increase has been the contribution to capital to fund long-term capital needs. With regard to the smoothing it out or for lower increases, I guess I would need to speak with staff as to, I wasn't part of those conversations you're speaking about as to that request and the response to it. I would need to take that back myself, but I can speak to the formula is consistent with the formula what it previously was. Nothing's changed in that. It's more so the requirements for capital expenditures.
Questions of council? Melinda?
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was I enjoyed the slide part, and thank you for the comments now, because we were wondering about the fire hall, because, you know, Mono has 4 fire departments that look after us, and so we get information from everybody, and everybody has increased, and so, but they were increasing because the main thing, and yes, capital investment there, you know, and is for everybody. Everybody's needing to get new trucks and pumpers and new stuff, because you need to keep stuff up, right? But they had the other fire departments that I'm thinking of. Training was a big cost in the last year with the new changes as to the training, and those other ones are all volunteer with a very small. Comparatively, you guys have a 20 full-time, like your budget's ginormous for did that not account for a lot of our 26% increase as well?
No, it actually didn't. Our training numbers, or the budgeted number for training, is relatively stable, small increase in comparative. We're very fortunate that we have a lot of in-house training. We have instructors that are recognized throughout the province. They're able to go out into the province and teach other places as well. As far as the other different departments, recently we had the fire marshal's fire trailer to Orangeville. We invited the other fire departments in to come do training. We've had open discussions in regards to, recently we've had, so we contract our recruit training, our initial recruit training out to a company. We open that up to the departments in Dufferin as well to take part. So we do have a very good relationship with other departments in the county. But as far as big increases within training, we've been pretty handleable within our budget to maintain training. So in saying that, though, too, as you know, the fire marshal's office has downloaded a lot of training onto the smaller municipalities. It's a lot easier for the larger municipalities to take up that, because, again, they have staff capacity that can do that. We're fortunate we do have a bit of staff capacity that can pick it up. The other thing they've done to us, too, is kind of, if it can happen within your community, you are responsible to train for it, basically, is kind of the short process of it.
So does that, so also, if you had already been kind of like keeping up with your training and doing it in-house and everything, that speaks to the fact that you've got the full-time people. Are they held to a different standard than volunteer, or all the training is the same whether you're a volunteer or you're a full-time?
A lot of the training is the same. We do hold our full-time career staff to a higher level of training. They are trained to all hazards to the highest level. So that's kind of where we push them to. So they're responsible for so much training a day.
Right. Okay.
Whereas our volunteer staff, they're 2 hours a week.
Yeah, that's
So it's a little harder for them to be a little more strivey into to the goals of attaining all the certifications. But yes, we hold our staff quite accountable for their certifications. Just to roll back a little bit, this isn't the first time the Fire Marshal Office has kind of led us down this path before. So originally certification was coming out. We were fortunate, we never let off the gas pedal and per se to stop the certification process, because they backed off a bit, and then all of a sudden, oh, we're back, we want you to certify again. So at that point, we were in well positioned to say, hey, we never stopped, we're good to go.
Okay. And with just one other little question. I also, your presentation commented that you were going to receive your live fire training thingy in May 2023. Did that happen?
That was through the Fire Marshal's office, live fire trailer. We also maintain every 2 years, we rent a fire tower. Typically, it's been in Mississauga. So we take our crews down, and as part of being NFPA certified, you do have to have live fire training.
No, but you did get the trailer. So, and you're sharing that.
And we shared that with the rest of the county.
That's awesome. Terrific. Thank you very much.
Ralph and then Fred.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have some budget questions. Could you just walk us through, you gave us an overview of the increase, but could you walk us through the specifics of how you get to 26.32% as an increase for Mono?
Sure, in my time with the
You've had a
town, I
whole
can give you
month.
as much information that I have available, and I leaned on staff a little bit to prep me for this conversation. So I can tell you that the formula that's used is based on the average number of calls within each of the areas that are serviced. So through that, the average number of calls in this town specifically were just under 14%. So when we look at the total costs, net operating costs of around $5.5 million, plus the transfer to capital replacement reserves, which is just under $2 million, $1.8 million, we get to a $7.3 million cost of service. Take that $7.3 million cost of service, multiply it by the nearly 14% of the total call volume that is the town of Monos, and that's how we got to the 26.32% increase. So a combination of the actual cost to provide the service, the average number of calls, multiply one by the other, that gets you to your total amount.
So the average number of calls is a critical number. I'll come back to that in a minute. The $1,800,000 and approaching $2 million, that's now annual capital replacement, is that, it doesn't say what it's for, but I'm assuming it's related to the new fire hall, is that right?
A portion, I would assume, again, I'm not fully up to speed on that information. I'd lean on the chief a little bit for that. But yeah, similar to every service area within the municipalities, the amount that's being put in for future capital has increased across this entire province. I believe your senior staff here would also agree that the cost for infrastructure, fleet, vehicles, everything has risen substantially. We can no longer rely, I appreciate the last speaker's comments on senior level government funding. The town of Orangeville, like anybody else, leans on our senior levels of government for additional funding to help support these matters. Having said that, the funds need to be in place for future capital. That's why that dollar's there.
I recognize you've only been here for a month, but that's not a very satisfactory answer. The number you've given us is 13.72%, and that's based on the number of calls. The number of calls for Mono were 194. The total for everybody was 1479, and that comes to 13.15%, not 13.72%. So I'm not quite finished.
Oh.
If you agree with that, then the allocation to Mono would be different than what you've given us. It would be different by, I think, $41,000, and times 4 years, that's $160,000. So that 0.5% is not small change. So I'd like you to look at your numbers again. Thank you.
Yeah, I had Hi, I'm Fred. I'm the deputy mayor. I have a couple of questions, and I appreciate you've only been here for a month. Ralph has asked one of the questions I wanted to know. What is the projected cost of your new fire hall? I had heard originally it was about 15 million, and apparently it's gone up since then?
Yeah, so originally we were looking at a $15 million building. So in 2015, Orangeville did a fire service master plan, which identified the need for a new fire station at that point in time. Years ago, around 2018, I believe, it came to light that, we need to get moving on this. And then obviously COVID has set in. And now we are around the $25 million mark. 22 to 25, I believe, is the number they're projecting right now.
One of the reasons for my interest is I sit on the Shelburne District Fire Board, and we have a capital plan. And we're going to either have to build a new fire hall or do something with the old one. And what we penciled into our plan is the 15 million borrowing from you. But I sort of think now it's too low. What just ballpark, the call volume in 2022 for Mono was 194 calls. What's the call volume been like so far in 2023?
2023, as of somewhere around last week, I believe you're around 153 calls.
So we're actually down a bit?
As of right now, yes.
As of right now, yeah, okay. Yeah, I was going to ask whether your capital replacement figure includes the cost of the new fire hall, which Ralph has already asked you. I assume it must.
It does, capital costs, I believe, includes the fire hall. Recently, we just purchased a new aerial platform truck. As you may or may not know, the fire truck industry is kind of turned upside down, and it's gone ridiculous. And we're seeing increases of at least 2% a month. And with the build times so our build time's 30 months. So it takes a little planning to get ahead of the game as of now for replacement of fleet.
We just bought a new rescue truck, a used rescue truck for $550,000, I think it was. Okay, my last question is this, and this is the thing that strikes me when I look at your numbers. Our levy in 2000, I'm using 2022 figures for you, was $795,000, $795,339, and there was a call volume of 194. So that works out to a cost of about $4,100 per call for the town of Mono. Now, I'm not, all I can do is compare that with some of the other fire departments, and unfortunately, I couldn't find the 2022 Shelburne District Fire Board annual report, but from their 2021 report, the levy to Mono was $79,000, and we had 34 calls. So that's a cost of $2,300 per call. And I guess the thing, again, I'm not accusing you of anything, but the thing you've got to understand that strikes me is why are we paying so much more per call for fire service from Orangeville than we are from Shelburne? You're probably going to say it's because you have full-time firefighters and you hired 8 new ones and they cost a lot more money than our volunteer ones. But I don't think, and you correct me if I'm wrong, we're getting, the service level is any different between the two fire departments. So my point is, we're paying a lot more, 25, 30% more per call from your department than we are from Shelburne.
So I guess in reality, I can't speak to how the others run their services. But I can guarantee you that Orangeville Fire Service is giving you an optimal service that covers pretty much any hazard that can happen within your community. Orangeville Fire Service is able to respond to it and mitigate. Yes, we do have full-time staff. Full-time staff was also recognized in our 2015 Fire Master Plan. What it really did was, for us and also for you, it did a couple things. We decreased our response times to a point where moving forward, it's probably going to be pretty hard to lower those any further. Right now, Mono gets a 6-minute response time from Orangeville Fire Services or the crews out of Orangeville to your properties within the town of Mono. So just vice versa, we were seeing longer response times. So when we had split staffing, so we had a day shift and a night shift, I'm going to just speak within the town of Orangeville, we could have a crew on scene in 3 minutes as opposed to 10 minutes. Now, with fire doubles in size between 30 and 60 seconds, you see a fire double in size. So we shaved 7 minutes off our in-town response time, which again, we see less damage. So the other point that comes out of all that too is we also received an insurance break for our people within the town because of that services as well. So it also would spill into Mono as well.
Could I just do a follow-up?
Yeah, and I'm going to see if Elaine has something.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just, I had said it was my last question, but I look at the chart in your presentation, and your service time to Mono was at just over 7 minutes. But what really strikes me about that chart.
Yeah, that's 2021. 2022 should be
Yes.
6 minutes and 8 seconds,
Okay.
I believe.
Because what struck me about the chart is even though you hired 8 more full-time firefighters, in every municipality, now I know it could be where those fires were, or motor vehicle accidents were located. I understand that. But it did strike me that they went up in every case in 2021.
No, they went down.
Or 22.
It went down.
Am I reading the colors
Yeah,
wrong?
so the first column in that presentation should be
2022?
22,
Okay,
and the
I'm-
second one is
I'm partly
21.
colorblind. I take that.
I hear you,
back.
so am I.
Okay. Thank you.
Elaine?
Thank you very much. This was a very informative presentation. Your slide deck was awesome. Thank you, and I thank you for your service. I do have, I'll just go to the budget questions first. So compensation is up $600,000. And I'm not going to ask for, I just want to know what that is. So not all the detail, but what does that represent? Have we had to hire a whole bunch more firefighters?
Can't answer that right at this moment. I don't have it in front of me. I can certainly find out for you. I believe compensation is wages for career staff, administrative staff, volunteer staff, as well as benefits as well. This should cover all those off, and I believe that's what the compensation line is referring to.
Right, okay. Well, that would be interesting to know in terms of the whole benefit conversation, because we're having that elsewhere.
Sorry,
with our
yes. So
fire departments.
our volunteer staff do receive full benefits, same as regular staff employees.
Okay, thank you. Another question I have is the service and lease agreements. In 2021, they were $7,000. In 2022, they were $18,000, and now we're talking about them being $60,000. Maybe you can just let me know what that is. Service and lease agreements.
So part of that comes under our radio system as well. So we do have monitoring. We had to get monitoring on our radio system to maintain so there wasn't a failure in it. So we're just kind of robust, kind of the back end of a lot of things. So the 60,000 does not account for the entire amount of that. There are some other service agreements within there. I just can't give you an accurate answer at this time exactly what they are, but that is probably one of the bigger ones in that grouping.
Okay, thank you. And then office admin, that's increased by $4,000. Is there an addition to admin because of?
No, there isn't a secondary admin person or anything along that line. It's just the cost of putting some stuff to digitalization, the cost of paper for photocopying, just the basics in regards to operating the administrative side of it.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then outside services has gone from $55,000 in 2021 to $93,000, and that's a large number. I don't know what the outside service is, but it might account for your design for a building, I'm not sure, so.
No, the design and building was all, it's in a
Separate
separate
budget? Yeah.
budget line,
Yeah.
ledger. So the outside services in regards to third-party testing of a lot of our equipment. So it'd be the compressors, the generators, to ensure that the station is fully capable in need of an emergency. So if there's a natural disaster that goes through, wipes out the critical infrastructure, the station can still operate, fire services can continue.
That is a large jump. Presumably you do those things year over year over year, or maybe you don't, maybe they're on a different
We-
cycle, which accounts for the
We
difference.
typically do, but we've seen increases in the services to have the service come in and have it maintained.
Right, wow, thank you. So then, one of the questions that I have, and I keep asking this question, and I'm going to keep asking this question. Well, I noticed that medical calls were like 3 times what they were. What happened? Like, they're 3 times what they were the previous years, and it's like, that's huge.
So we've had a dip in ups and downs within, due to COVID and various other things. So Deputy Mayor Nix asked in regards to medical responses. So our medical response, so right now, as of today, Mono has 43% of your call volume is medical response. So Orangeville Fire Services operates under a Tier A medical response. So any critical injury dealing with breathing. So we don't do the chest pains per se unless there's an associated shortness of breath with it. So breathing, VSA, motor vehicle collisions, industrial accidents, farm accidents, trauma. So it does cover a lot of medical delegated acts.
Yeah, well, that it's 3 times what it was in previous years is alarming. And then that, upwards of 51% can be covered off by medical calls. I might have that number wrong, but it just makes me question, are we not funding ambulatory services enough so that we have to rely on fire services? And I keep asking this question, and I know it annoys people, but the cost for running fire departments is escalating. We all know this. But is there an imbalance in how we're actually assigning calls? It's a question.
Sure, and I can answer that for you. So back in the early 90s, there was a study called the Opal study. So Ontario, it was an advanced care life-saving measures happening in the field prior to that. So they started a study on that, and that's when they invited fire into the program of tiered response, but that was the big push for it. Prior to that, there was tiered response, but after the early 90s, it became more relevant that fire can make a difference within these delegated acts of cardiac arrest, breathing issues, VSA. So we're very fortunate in Dufferin that we have a very good working relationship with our paramedics. Mm-hmm. And we've seen a lot of positives come out of it. We've had people saved. We've, just in helping them do what they need to do. So fire running a medical call. Now, we don't go to all medical calls, obviously. It's more so the more life-threatening ones, what they would refer to as a Code 4, and it's not all Code 4s. It certain falls within their criteria of our tiered response agreement. And like I said, and if you read the Opal studies in '94, it was kind of a stopgap measure, but it was also to assist and help and grow the pre-hospital care field.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask members of council to try and limit their questions from this point, because I haven't really gotten into mine yet either, but Ralph, Melinda, I think you had your hand up as well. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going back to the formula again, Mr. Kelly. The formula seems to be based on the history of responses for 2022. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Creelman, no, that formula is based on the 5-year average.
Okay.
That's, I was gonna, when you asked your first question, but I allowed things to carry on there. Your number of 194 calls over 1479 was 1 year specifically.
Yes.
The calculation in the formula is a 5-year average across all the, that's why that
Okay, well-
number came out where it did. So thank you for
So
clarifying.
since we don't have those numbers, we can't really assess whether your calculations are correct or not.
Yeah, through you, Mayor, I would say you can trust the calculations, but we can,
Trust
we
me.
can follow up and provide that, that statistical data to the mayor and council here, just for your comfort.
Okay. And so that's a 5-year average, and it's all 5-year average for total numbers, I guess, as well, are there? Is it?
Yeah, that's correct. A 5-year average number of calls across the entire territory and the percentage of those calls to the 3 municipalities receiving the service.
All right. I remember discussing this a few years back, and when you changed your level of service, and I don't know whether it was called A service or B service or something like that, and we opted for the cheaper, I guess, is the B service. Last remember that. Are we still receiving that service?
Sorry, I think you're referring to the medical tier?
No, I'm referring to the called. Can you help me with this?
Yes, thank you. Yes, at one point there was 2 levels of service. In the evenings, it was the service was by volunteer. So basically the medicals were taken out. It was just a fire call service. Now, I did inquire about that, if that service does exist, prior to last year's budget, or 2023 budget. And I was told now it's all 1 level of service. It's the same service 24 hours a day versus change of service after 6 p.m.
Okay. Thank you. Just a comment. We may seem to be attacking you, but we're very appreciative of what you're doing. We just don't like paying for it.
Melinda, did you? I had two issues. Number one, I understand that the remuneration for the fire service is on a different cycle or a different number than maybe the rest of town staff. Is that correct? And I think town staff are due for a COLA adjustment of somewhere in the range of 2.5% this year.
So yes, so the career firefighting staff, they have a collective agreement which they operate under. Their collective agreement ends this year. So yes, they technically do not receive COLA. They negotiate with the town in regards to a contract wage. As far as the volunteer staff, they are tied to a COLA.
Tied to the town's COLA or a separate COLA?
The town's COLA.
Okay. And depending on how you settle with your full-time, does that affect the numbers that we're looking at? Conceivably, could they increase if, or what, well, let me back it up. What are your numbers premised on? What's the assumption behind your numbers from the standpoint of remuneration?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Creelman, I don't know that it would be appropriate to discuss long-range forecast assumptions when the collective bargaining agreement is still open. Having said that, our long-range for full-time staff and for the volunteer is based on a 2% escalator each year out into the 4-year span. I wouldn't want to speak to the career firefighters.
But it's not inconceivable that the monies being looked at here over the 4-year contract could increase depending on how you settle.
My own response to that, Mr. Mayor, if I could jump in, I would say if we sign the agreement, these contract numbers would stay as presented by the clerk. So for 2024, the $1,037,000 would be set. For 2025, the $1,065,000 would be set.
I just wanted to get that on the
confirm
record that we are we're dealing with the same numbers regardless of how you settle with your.
That's how I understand it.
Okay. Just back to the building, the fire hall. My recollection is that when this first started, it was under $10 million. And it then became 15, and I think there was a change in your design, and now you're saying it's 25?
I can't get, sorry, Your Worship, to accurately give you a number, we're not to that point yet where we can actually give an accurate number. It's going to fall somewhere in that range, we believe. Bricks and mortar, as we all know, have gone through the roof. The original number that we were talking in between 8 and 10 million, that was many years ago. And gradually, we've seen the price increase. And obviously, today where we are, we've gone through the heavy increases for building materials. Hopefully, in the future, we see it start to come back a bit before we start this project. But again, I'm not holding much hope in regards to the price decreasing on that. Again, the design has always been to have a fully functional fire station with some amenities to train. So we do have a training component within that fire station. Again, this was kind of an onset prior to the downloading of the fire marshal office training to lower tier municipalities. It has a lot of functions built in. It has a little room for growth as far as staffing. At some point, again, it's a 60-year building. They call it a 60-year building they're building, which seems to be typical within the building community of the fire stations. When we were talking, again, the net carbon zero portion of it, the net carbon zero payback was beyond that range. So that's kind of why they scaled it back to we're going to build an efficient fire station.
Is it fair to say that now that you're up in the range that you think you may be, that you're receiving a little bit of pressure from Orangeville Council to look at every aspect of that building and find ways of economizing? Because if that was something that our staff were giving to us, I think that would be the pushback that we would give them. I went to a meeting shortly after the election, which was a briefing for your partner municipalities, and the sense I got at that time was that this was a very lavish building project. I mean, lavish in the sense of all the bells and whistles imaginable. Quite apart from the training and everything else, it seemed, my impression was, and I don't begrudge you anything, given the work that you do. No. Don't get me wrong here. But it strikes me that there must be some ways of revisiting some aspects of the building to bring it down to a dull roar.
So we've gone through it. We've gone room by room to ensure that, A, we're looking at durability of the building. This building's operational 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365. So we've looked at that type of stuff to ensure that we're getting our money's worth in regards to it. And functional. Functional was a big one for us. Again, we pride ourselves in our response times, our dispatch times. So having the crew stationed close by to the vehicle was one of the things we did look at. So again, functionality was a large portion of what we looked at as well. Yes, there was some concern from Orangeville Council in regards to the price tag of it. We've gone out and we found, so through Skills Development Canada, we've put in for funding, grant funding. So we're trying to pull a bunch of the grant funding into cover some costs within the station. I think the grant from Skills Development's around 3.5, somewhere in the neighborhood of $3.5 million. So we've gone out and we're looking to try to make this a little more palatable for everybody. We understand that, it's a big ticket item, and it's a lot of money to build that bricks and mortar per se.
To sum up then, can we ask that you, with the assistance of our treasurer, look at those numbers, because it just strikes me that your building, your construction hasn't even started yet. And we're looking at, I stand corrected, I thought it was 23, it's 26% increase in year one during a period of time when this new fire hall is a twinkle in many people's eyes, but it actually hasn't started construction yet. So I'm not seeing how the numbers add up, and it would certainly assist us if we were able to now retroactively adjust the numbers over the 4-year contract.
Thank you, Mayor Creelman. I think that's a excellent suggestion. As noted, just on board, I think myself and your treasurer, Les, sitting down to chat through the numbers makes logical sense, and we would look at a time frame to get back to council with those numbers. What's the expectation, I guess, on that turnaround time?
I think I speak for all of council to the extent that we appreciate that. And we appreciate your time and being on the hot seat today. Pardon the semi-pun there. But it's important, I think, that we have this dialogue. And we don't have a fire board per se, but we want to remain engaged and active on the file. And thank you for your time. And it's gone on a little longer than you probably expected, but it's been very helpful to us.
Your Worship, just wanted to mention one thing also. I'm going to hand you each of you one of my business cards. You can call me at any time. And again, I appreciate where you guys sit on your side of the fence and my side of the fence per se. Again, we see a lot of similar things. We have Orangeville and we have Mono. We're very close bordering municipalities. We have a lot of the same issues that are happening. Again, approachable, accountable, that's kind of where we want to be with you. Again, I'm more than happy to come at any time to come speak to you in regards if you have a question. Again, I know we had a fire board meeting back in February, not fire board, committee meeting back in February. And time's kind of gone on. We're into October now, and I kind of thought this was all kind of laid to rest and everything else, and all of a sudden the clerk contacts, hey, could you come out? By all means, I'm more than happy to come out. So again, if you do have questions at any point in time, let's nip it in the bud and keep moving forward, because again, I think it's a win-win relationship for the town of Orangeville and also the town of Mono as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's have a break. It's 10:22. Let's come back at 10:30.
So, Andrew, we're going to go into a break, and when we come back, we'll probably be going to our in-camera session.
We are back live.
Thank you. I have a motion that council move into a closed meeting pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended at 10:35 a.m. for Aragon Residential Development, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing, Section 239, subsection 2, subsection E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or board, local board. Two, second item, second line, draft plan of subdivision, Section 239, subsection 2, subsection E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Deputy Mayor Nix, seconded by Councillor Magdalo. Any opposed? Motion is carried. We'll go in camera now.
Okay, and Andrew, just give us the thumbs up when you've confirmed all that we're not streaming. And that
We're back live.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I have a motion that we rise from an in-camera session at 11:55, and the council accept the advice from the town solicitor and direct that town staff and the town solicitor proceed accordingly. I have a mover, Councillor Capes, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. Any opposed? And that motion is carried. Next item on the agenda is the list of unfinished business. Any questions, comments on unfinished business? Okay.
No, there's no change other than that spelling correction requested from the last meeting. There's no other change to this list from last meeting.
Okay, something's going to happen. Okay. Okay. Mike, sorry.
Sorry, number 11, and thank you for numbering these. Large residential homes planning report, public meeting to be scheduled. It was originally to be scheduled for August, and now there's no date. So, and there's no estimated date, so I'm not sure what happened.
There is actually, but we ran into some headwinds with the loss of our assistant, so I'm trying to get a date going. I'm looking at November. I've got a lot much of the lead time under the act, and that's really what I've been chasing at this point. So we won't have enough time for the 2nd October meeting, but we will for the 1st of the 2nd November. So that's my commitment to you, is to get that thing on.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you
I haven't
very
forgotten
much.
about it.
If we can amend the list accordingly.
Okay.
Say again?
If
Sorry.
we can amend the list accordingly. If we can put a
Update
date.
the report?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank
That's
you,
fine.
Dave.
Anything else from our list? Okay, next item on the agenda is a twofold. It's the Municipal Heritage Register. I brought this forward to reconsider a tie vote to remove a property on the Mono-Adjala town line. At the same time, we have the advice of the committee to maintain that house on the registry, indicating that no reason appropriate to why it's there has been given. Just for the benefit of Councillor Davey, this came up when you were away, and the owner of the property ran into a problem remortgaging, and the financial entity that they were dealing with, I don't know whether it was a bank or another lender, was unprepared to lend money towards a mortgage because they were on the registry. And we spent a lot of time, Fred and myself, talking about this and back and forth with the mortgage broker to try and make certain that they weren't confusing a designated property with a property that is on the registry. It's not clear that they really understood the distinction, but they were unmovable on that. So it came forward as a recommendation of myself and Fred to remove it from the registry, much in the same way we removed somebody who could not get insurance. And my argument was that if we've set the precedent for removing somebody because they couldn't get insurance, then we would be inconsistent if we insisted on keeping somebody on the registry, possibly affecting their ability to mortgage with whomever they want, which I think is something that is appropriate. And it was a tie vote, so the motion to remove did not pass. And I'm asking that the council reconsider. Ralph and then Melinda.
What is the mortgage situation now?
Well, I believe they have been able to obtain a mortgage. I do not believe it was on the same conditions or with the same broker, or pardon me, the same financial institution that they were originally dealing with. I don't know whether they had to pay more for that mortgage than was otherwise contemplated, but the property owner is still insisting as a matter of principle to be taken off the list.
Thank you, Mayor, for the update. So I've got a couple of questions about it. In keeping with the house that couldn't get the insurance, I remember the discussion was like, there's lots of people to do insurance. We actually did remove that one.
You did.
And so, just to clarify what you just said, the mortgage, he does have a mortgage on it, like it's not, it did get organized.
I believe so, but all I understand is that it did settle with a lender. I do not know if they paid more in interest rate. I don't know whether they couldn't get a good term.
Right.
All I know is that the property owner is still adamant that they be taken off the list.
Not in foreclosure, right? Because that,
No.
So then my other question then is and it's unfortunate of the timing of how mega meetings are, but there's a lot of business to do at the municipality. So the heritage meeting, or the heritage report states that there's no reason given, and so it should stay on. So the timing on that was kind of like, well, when did we get this?
So I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding here, because the Heritage Committee identifies these properties. It does a great job. It makes recommendations to put them on the registry. And that is a distinctly different function and role than we play by making the decision to put them on the registry or respond to a request to take them off. The Heritage Committee states the following: the objection letter did not provide any evidence contrary to the criteria, and for that reason, the original assessment remains. They don't have to. They do not have to. All they have to do is give us a reason. The Act is very clear, and I'll ask Fred to speak to this. The Act is very clear that all they have to do is give a reason, and in this instance, their reason has to do with their inability to obtain a mortgage, in the same way that the other gentleman could not get insurance. But it doesn't have to relate to the criteria for which they were put on the registry in the first instance. They're not disputing that, but they are saying, we've given you a reason and we want off.
But Your Worship, if I understand you correctly, the reason they gave us is no longer valid.
Right.
Well, they still want to be off the registry, and I respect that position.
For what reason?
Well, they indicate that this could arise again when the house goes up for sale or when the house is remortgaged again. The problem still remains theoretically in the future.
But it can't go both ways. You're either saying that the register is, it doesn't necessarily mean something terrible, and that it's just something that is helpful for future. It's not a designation. It doesn't, at the same time as you're saying that, well, it might affect the future sale or whatever, so we should not have a registry in the first place, if that was.
Well, it's about to blow up anyway.
That's a whole nother point. So, but if we're following the rules that we have at the minute, it seems like we're no longer in a situation of needing to follow that rule.
Well, I've consistently maintained that this should be a pleasant process and one that you're proud of. You're put on a registry for a reason. I think it is arbitrary for us to basically not let people off the registry. If they don't want to be on a registry, I think they shouldn't be on a registry. And all they have to do is give a reason. And we went through this some time ago, and I voted differently than the rest of council. But it's not a question of eating your lima beans. They're good for you. I think it's a question of you should be a willing participant in the registry or not.
I do just want to say the whole reason there is the act is because people don't necessarily want to participate voluntarily, and we feel that it's important enough in Ontario to have an act that says we should protect our heritage. That includes buildings, etc. So I would like to ask the clerk, because I do not know, maybe I'm putting you on the spot and I don't mean to, but is there anything in that act that says how somebody can be delisted?
The act says that a property owner of a property that is registered can request or file an objection at any time, and that they must state a reason. It's up to council to determine if they feel the reason is valid.
So therefore, in this case, I don't have a letter before me from any registered person asking to be delisted.
That was received by council when this came up previously, and...
Do I have a letter?
We have an email.
Oh, an email,
We have
sorry.
correspondence.
Well, I mean, you can see in the recommendation from the Heritage Committee that they don't feel that they still feel it's important to keep this property listed because it is of heritage value. If it's delisted, somebody can now demolish that property and we wouldn't even know. So the benefit of having it listed is for us to be notified if something goes to planning, so that they can come in and bulldoze it. And then we've lost all opportunity to go and document that property. We're not preventing the owner from doing anything. We've not prevented them from getting a mortgage. We've not prevented them from living in this home. We just simply want to make sure that if in some future point in time, before the 2025 deadline or whatever that is, that if they go and apply for a permit to demolish that building, we have an opportunity to go and document it so that we don't lose that heritage.
I've heard of no intent on the part of the property owner. They are very proud of that property. There was some discussion at the last meeting about a bronze plaque, and there was some thought that they might have an old heritage designation. It turns out that that plaque is actually one more like a community plaque, like we have in, yeah, it's LACAC, like the plaque in Mono Center and Blount and other places like that. So not to be confused with the old LACAC designations for structures. So it doesn't have anything to do with the house. It has to do with the location.
I appreciate what you're saying. I also appreciate the work of the Heritage Committee very much. What they have said is that the applicable criteria are still relevant. So that's really their Heritage Committee's position on this, and I understand that. I don't think that we should push these people around. I think that they're going to be off the Heritage Committee in another 14 or 15 months anyway, or off the list in another 15 months anyway. They have given us a condition. It doesn't specify what the condition has, or what the concern is. It doesn't specify in the act what the concern has to be, just that there's a concern, and I would favor letting them off.
Okay, I do have a motion, if there's any appetite. Do I have a mover and seconder potentially to let them off?
What is the difficult one?
Well, I have a motion, but I'm not going to put it forward if I can't get a mover and seconder. Well, again, we have been asked, we've been given a reason. The reason has changed from couldn't get a mortgage to I just don't want to be on the registry. This put a very bad taste in their mouth, the fact that they couldn't get off when they were in a crisis trying to negotiate a mortgage.
Yeah, I hear everything you've said, Your Worship, and it should be a process where both parties are happy to see it go ahead, and they're not in this case, but I would just then ask you, if that's the principle, we didn't let the Anderson.
I think that's different. It's a designation. It's not on the registry, and I think that that's different because of the state of dilapidation of the buildings. Go ahead.
May I speak? Is it different in that it had to, in order to be designated, it had to have been on the registry? And then that's what this family is afraid of, that they have just seen our talking to this other, I think we really need to be consistent. And I think that, I have my own personal opinions about things, but I represent the town, and I think the town is very concerned with the heritage of our town. And so to try to be consistent, I'm not on board. And if we also are saying that, well, you know, it's all going to blow up because the powers that be above us are making changes, then this is maybe a premature time to be really worrying about it all. And if they've already got a mortgage, then they're fine for the minute, and why are we voting now?
Well, we're not, because we don't have a seconder yet. And you know, I am fine to leave this motion unread if we're going to end up turning it down anyway. I'm not being pouty about this, but I'd like to also say I don't think we will ever see a structure that's been identified by the Heritage Committee come off that list at the request of the Heritage Committee. They have objected to every single application to come off that list, every single application. And that's their right, but we have a job to do too. And it's not their job. Their job is to identify the properties, but our job is to deal with things like a request to come off the list.
Our job is to ensure that the town runs smoothly with the majority of the people and how they feel about the town. And I think I'm a little bit, it's a tricky situation being a counselor who never gets asked any questions by anybody. They all go to you or Fred, it seems. And then you have a lot of discussion with people and then bring that one person's opinion that I then need to make a decision on in the interest of the town. It makes it very difficult. I wish they would come here and talk to us all, as opposed to these personal conversations that you have or email communications that I don't end up seeing. Because I think we need to be consistent with the people. We either are a heritage town that we're, you know, valuing it and forging ahead with lots of effort on this Heritage Committee that we appointed, and that we're also following the rules of the government above us, right? Which, okay, is changing and whatever, but we're following the rules. And then to just knee-jerk respond to an individual, I have difficulty with that. And I also have a little difficulty with saying, well, we can't get a seconder. I'll second it and then we can vote. Well, that's a strategic thing to say, well, you're going to not even put it on the floor because it's not going to go your way, which does sound kind of pouty. But anyway,
I'm pouty. I'll admit I'm pouty.
Those are my new thoughts on it all. And if we want to wait, I think would probably be wiser, as opposed to having a resident who's unhappy, counselors who are confused, which I am at the minute, and those are my sense.
Well, if we have a seconder, I'm going to put it on the floor. That we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to amend Bylaw 2012-19 Heritage Register to remove 994192 Mono-Adjala Town Line. Councillor Magdalene moves, seconded by Councillor Davey. And I move to table.
That's non-debatable.
It's non-debatable. So we'll just put it on the back burner. Mr. Clerk, am I running afoul of
No, but we
procedure?
do need the vote on the table.
Okay, do we have a vote on the table? It's non-negotiable.
Right.
All-
So
all
there's
in-
no debate. So by non-negotiable, Your Worship referring to, it's non-debatable. There is a motion on the table to defer the current motion to an indefinite or to
table.
a specific?
Let's say indefinite.
Indefinite.
We can always bring it back.
2025,
Okay, I'm going to call the vote before we get into trouble here. All those in favor of tabling? Any opposed?
I don't even know what the purpose of doing this is, like, sorry.
It's done. It's done.
We need to wait on it. It's just recorded.
It's still on the register. Nothing's happened. Nothing's happened. No, they're still on the yeah. I undertook to the property owner that I would bring it forward again, and I think that was important that I did.
I think so too,
Okay.
except that you represent the town.
Well, and we had 18 requests to come off the register some time ago. Well, it's 32, and then I think it,
17 off.
yeah, but those were mistakes, those were errors. Yeah. But there were a bunch, and I had to hold the phone out like this. And, you know, people do call me occasionally. Fred?
So, Your Worship, may I recommend a short recess at this point, a 10-minute recess? And then, if council is amenable, or Your Worship's amenable, perhaps a longer break for a lunch break for council and staff following that.
Are you bringing your lunch?
I could address that for council.
Well, what's the wish of council? Soldier on. I mean, unfortunately, we've got a lot on our plate. I'm happy if we defer the bylaw enforcement policy. I know we've reworked it. We've got the capital budget to deal with, and I think that's far more important.
We need lunch. Is that okay?
Okay.
Are people done with us?
Are we done with each other?
No, we don't need one.
I quite frankly, if we're going to go on and discuss the capital budget, I'm probably going to need lunch.
Exactly, we're gonna need lunch.
Okay.
We've been here since 9 o'clock.
10 minutes, and then we're back.
10 minutes, I'll order lunch during that time, and then when that arrives in
Okay.
45 minutes or whatever, we
Okay.
take a lunch break?
Well, we can take 45 minutes now, maybe we can.
Just defer it for an hour.
Well, hold on.
No, we need a 10-minute.
That's what I'm offering.
We all.
Yeah, go eat and come back.
After Thanksgiving, I don't need lunch.
Okay, 10 minutes.
So there was that other proposal, Your Worship, if you just want to take an hour break and council sorts out their own lunches, that's,
No. No, we'll lose people from this building.
We will?
Yeah. To figure out our own lunches, we'll probably go home.
Well, we'll do it at the beginning, but we're coming back at 1.
Yeah. Back at 1, having to.
Are we okay with that?
Well, I'm just guessing that staff did bring lunch today for themselves.
I know, I
because
do
they're
too.
coming to work to be here all day, so they got lunch. It's just us who don't have lunch. And,
I got a Thanksgiving turkey still in my stomach.
oh, so I thought you were gonna say in your fridge, I'd say go home and get it.
I have some there too.
Well, I have an appointment at 3 in Orangeville, so.
Okay. Oh, so a different motive, okay, so, yeah, 10 minutes and then have a sandwich here.
So we're having a 10-minute break now, and then we're having a lunch break.
And then we'll have only 10 minutes when he finally gets us some lunch. And then we have to go at, you have to be
Yeah.
in Orangeville at
3.
3 for a meeting. We actually have to
Be done
hold
by
this by 3:30.
What does staff want?
We're gonna need to have 30 minutes to eat here,
Right.
at least, right?
Yeah.
Staff's gonna need a break.
Who wants a special meeting?
And then that's
Staff will
another
need a
option.
break.
That's another option.
Sorry, I like the idea of a special short meeting.
Like, call it today, for today,
We can work out a date and time.
and then do another one? Staff are all here.
No, we can finish a bunch of stuff, but maybe put the Public Works capital budget administrative to a special meeting.
Oh, that's buggering up the budget process. I don't think that's.
No, but today's only 2:30.
Sorry, Your
As soon
Worship,
as
Matt
possible.
won't be in attendance on the 24th. Unless you do unless you do a special meeting.
Well, that's my proposal, is to do a special meeting. Fred?
no, I'm just, whatever council wants. But like I say, we can take a 10-minute break, and if you want to make it a working lunch when we come back, I
think
can
there's a
arrange
problem
that,
with
because
being
I was
on
just
TV.
ordering in sandwiches.
Subject to everyone, I'm more flexible. Yeah. Every Thursday. Hmm? Yeah, well. So 10 minutes, and when we come back, we'll have a date for a special meeting. How's that?
Okay, so I won't order in lunch for council?
Yeah, okay,
After we come back, you want us to continue with the agenda?
yeah.
But there's no way that you have to leave here at 2:30 that we're going to get through this agenda.
Yeah, that's fair.
So can we just skip all the other stuff and do the capital budget part?
We could move to that and then have the rest of the stuff for our special meeting.
Done at 1 o'clock, I'll go home for lunch.
So if I just suggest at this point, we take a 10-minute recess, and then we can confer on how council wants to tackle the rest of the agenda today, we can come back, make those decisions, and carry on with what council wants to carry on today.
Finish at 1, which is the regular time
Yeah.
that is expected so the
Yeah.
staff gets their lunch.
Okay?
Right.
And I'm going to suggest that we do as much as we can up until 1. We cut that off, and then Capital Works and Administrative having the priority today. I don't think we're going to get bogged down on those. I don't think we'll get bogged down on those. It's basically showing us your wish list. Okay, 10 minutes.
Okay, so, Andrew, into a 10-minute recess, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, let me just read it.
Matt, you just been appointed. Way
Okay.
ahead of the mayor.
All right. Okay.
He's been waiting for this.
Well, I know he's been waiting for it, but if it's not done properly, it's not done. Okay, so I have a motion that we confirm the appointment of Matt Donor as the Director of Public Works and Roads Superintendent for the Town of Mono, effective October 10th, 2023, at grade 12. Do I have a mover for that? Deputy Mayor, take your pick.
Whoever. Anybody.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Nick, seconded by Councillor Davy. Let's say that. Any opposed? The motion is carried. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Now, is that water main fixed yet?
It is. Okay. Do we want to dive into the two capital works?
I think we should to maintain this.
Yeah, let's, oh, sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, when Deputy Nix was taking care of things for you, we added an item to the agenda that I would deem to be time sensitive.
Okay.
That's the special.
Okay. So this is a Tier 3 water budget study letter addressed to Township of East Garifraxa and Township of Amaranth. And the letter is in front of us. Just give us a very quick background on this.
It's with respect to the pull-in well that's on the east side in Amaranth, and they've been testing and doing some work with this pull-in well for years. They've finally come to an agreement with respect to the usage of the well, but the amount of water that would be hypothetically utilized from the pull-in well triggers the joint water management study that the town has entered into with the 3 other municipalities, and it's a running of a new water model and to assess what the impact would be on local surrounding wells.
And I should be clear, this letter is from the town of Orangeville to the partner municipalities.
Correct.
Yeah, if I could just point out you're working through that guess of $100,000 to run the model, Mike and I said on the original committee, that really is just a guess. We don't know. My understanding, Mike, and I could be wrong, is at the time the model was owned by the province, and we would have had to hire a consultant to run it. My understanding now is Credit Valley has the model. I think I'm correct in saying that. So I'm hoping the cost isn't as high as we speculated 5 years ago.
So Credit Valley is spearheading this with the panel of engineers and consultants that we already do have, but they do have to go out to a consultant for this. That would be definitely outlined in the MECP grant, that it would be, the expectation of the grant would be that it would be a consultant that would perform this.
So we're going to get a grant to do this?
There's,
I didn't read it all.
yeah, sorry, Council, it was so late coming to you. But they did receive a grant from the MECP with a March 24th deadline for expenditure.
Okay.
There's no estimates being given to council at this time. They're still finalizing the RFP.
Okay.
And what that looks like will help result in some of the estimates. The meeting surrounded very cautionary at giving estimates to council. We just don't know what the price of these things are right now compared to what they were when they originally run, so.
So do we have a motion then to receive this letter and to do what at this stage?
That Council for Town of Mono supports the rerunning of the joint water supply management model.
Okay, and that's moved by Deputy Mayor Nix, seconded by Councillor Capes. All in favor? Not opposed. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Just a matter of, the last sentence is that the cost, anything more than $100,000 will be apportioned using the cost allocation approach in Schedule A. What is that approach? What are we referring to?
The agreement, the form, we signed has a formula in it. I forget what.
Sorry,
it's-
Councillor Mengtelo, could you repeat that?
So if it costs $200,000, then how is the cost going to be allocated?
The
Additional cost?
There would be in the transfer payment agreement from the province, there will be eligible expenses that can be applied against the 100,000. But any funds remaining would always, any expenditure on this whatsoever would revert to Schedule A in the Joint Water Management Agreement.
I don't know that Schedule A is.
Sorry, it's so council entered into the agreement last year, I believe it was finalized, and there's cost mechanisms and breakdowns inside of that schedule. This being driven by Orangeville would be the biggest part of the expense, and the other three tiers would have an apportioned amount dependent on the impact to the aquifer and what the outcomes of the study would be. So it is all set out in the agreement that was signed by council last year.
So this is too complicated, or it's something that changes depending upon the needs and the extraction of water? The Schedule A is a formula for that, or?
Yes, correct.
I'm
correct.
looking for a number, like, is Mono going to be responsible for 10% of this, or what?
I'm trying to look it up now,
It's-
Mike, but I can't find it. It's in this agreement.
I think it's fairly low, but.
It's fairly low. Orangeville is going to bear the bulk of the cost.
Essentially triggering it.
Yeah. I think I got the agreement. Nope, it's not it.
The agreement only outlines that there's a minimum of $1,000 per municipality, with Orangeville being the major proponent of this. But until we get the costs of the RFP, the results of the cost will not be known.
Proceed with the vote. Any opposed?
No.
Motion's carried. So Les, what would you like to start with, Public Works or Administration?
I think our new Director of Public Works is anxious to get going.
Okay. Proceed.
Thanks, Les. First off, Council, Mayor Curlman, I'd just like to thank you for the opportunity. I got a lot of good support here, as well as Council. Looking forward to the new challenge, and I've had 9 years of guidance under Mike, so hopefully I could dovetail in there and kind of have some new ideas, but also, obviously. Hopefully you had time to read the report over the Thanksgiving weekend.
Is your microphone on?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Must have turned it off. Sorry, Ralph. Hopefully everybody's had a chance to read the report. It's very similar to 9 months ago when we last presented Public Works. Mike presented the last report. There's not a lot of new stuff on there. There's some changes. I tried to summarize basically where things have been and when they started and where they finished off. The new items in the report is the road management plan that we're hope to start working over the winter months and into the spring, as well as you'll notice item number 11, entrance culverts and road cross culverts. We've allocated, we're looking for some more funds to do some of that externally with some contractors. We've replaced several cross culverts over the years that have failed, so we're going to try to assess those during our biennial bridge inspections, which Burnside will be undertaking in the spring of 2024. So we're going to try to tie those in at the same time and do some inspections as well as replacements. And I'd be happy to answer any questions anyone has.
Well, questions and comments. Going on memory, last year when you presented the capital budget, or when Mike did, I think the original numbers were $4.5 million. And by the time we got to the March 14th draft budget, or the March 28th, I forget, we chopped $1.8 million out of the Public Works capital budget, which I know is a lot of money, but we were trying to make the whole budget come in with a reasonable percentage, which was 4-point-some odd percent. My comment then is simply this. So last year we cut you down to $2 million. This year you're back asking for $4.1 million. It's very difficult for me to sort of say, yeah, go ahead, or no, it's too high, until I get the whole package. But I got to warn you, Matt, that with a number that high, I think the chances of this getting through are low. The one thing that would help me, Les, is this, is you've identified a number of projects that we have to do where either development charges or gas tax could be used. I would dearly love to know, out of the $4.1 million in your total public works budget, how much of that could be paid for by gas tax versus DC charges. It would really influence how I think about this. I think my final thought is making the assumption that when we get the whole budget, that the capital budget is still on the high side. I would be asking you to help me look at the numbers you've given and say, which of these items could be deferred by a year or two without the sky falling in? And I'll give you a couple of examples. I know what you want to do in Purple Hill with those concrete slabs that are still up there, and I know how expensive that is. But my guess is, if we deferred that by a year or two, the road where the concrete slabs are is a bit bumpy, and where you've taken them out and put the asphalt is superb. You know, I don't think the sky would fall in if we delayed doing those other concrete slabs for a year or two. I just give that as an example. I don't need an answer now, but I'm looking at the projects you're proposing, and that's what I'm trying to think. The other obvious one that we could delay or not do is the Cedar Lane Shell Crescent, which I know
Absolutely.
that creates some problems, and there's an operational reason why we want to do it, because of the way it is now, we have to run a grader down Airport Road to get to those roads. But still, even though that's inconvenient, the sky is not going to fall in if we delayed or deferred those. So we don't have to make those decisions today. It partly depends on how does this 4.1 million look in the overall budget, how much of that is paid for by gas tax and DC charges, and what is left, and how does that impact the whole budget. And if it is too high, then I think we have to go back and see which ones we could defer. Those would be my comments.
Thank you. And Elaine?
Thank you for asking my questions, Fred. That was awesome. So when I look at the summary page, there's a lot of asterisks there, and I say, okay, well, how much gets covered? Because it does, what do you mean not much? Yeah, you did, in your outside voice. So item number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, and number 8 have possibilities for either development charges or eligible for gas tax. So again, I would like to know, what does that do to that? Because that number is big, but what would it look like with those discounts applied? So I would like to know that. And I do have a million questions, but I'm not going to ask them here. I'm going to book a session with you so that I understand exactly what we're doing and why, and not taking up time here, because I think the bottom line is, yeah, this is all great, and we should do these, but it's what can we do and what can we defer reasonably without messing up the whole rest of the asset management plan. So thank you, Fred, and thank you, Matt.
Any other questions, or Matt, do you want us to highlight a few things?
I agree, like, obviously, roads probably are secondary to bridges. There's a bigger risk with pushing bridges down the road, so I agree, Purple Hill, Cedar Lane, Medill, all those projects are things that can wait, and they're driven by complaints, they're driven by, when we have a year that we don't have to do a structure. We're in excellent shape as far as our structures go. We're in good shape with respect to our asphalt roads, and in my opinion, our gravel roads are also, as you noted, on the map, we're doing really well with our application to limestone. So I think the town's in good shape, but these are the highest priorities as of right now. And as well as, like I mentioned in the report, the storm ponds. It's kind of one of those hidden things that are in the background that could come on back and bite. And I think it's important to allocate funds to that because, we're receiving these types of storm events and whatnot. And, it's important to plan for them. So for sure, the roads could be held off a little bit. I think focusing on the structures, we have lots of good information on those, and that year after year after year, the reports come back and say, do it this time frame, and it's pretty easy to follow the engineer's recommendations on those. So, but yeah, happy to go back to the board and answer any other questions.
Linda?
So, thank you very much, Matt. So, when I'm out of my side of my mouth saying that the DC and the gas one, it's not a lot of money. On the bottom budget of the 4 million, it's not like 3 of them are going to come from these other places. But what is the ballpark, Les?
It definitely varies on the project. Some of the DC projects are eligible up to 50%, with the exception of the road study, which is 75%. Any bridge that goes from 1 lane to 2 lane, I could use 50% fundable from DC. But then, of course, the balance of that is tax levy. So if you're looking at a bridge of 1.8 million, half of it has come from the tax levy. Regarding the gas tax, most projects that we put on the list are 100% fundable.
100%?
Yes.
Wow.
But then that's subject to gas tax availability too, because we have to have so that all get flushed out at the total budget.
Well, right, and when it gets fleshed out of the total budget, it isn't 100% because we only have so much money that of that, and it's small, and of that small amount of money, you could put 100%, but the actual projects turn out to be worth way more than the 100%. Right?
That's a fair comment.
Right, thank you. Also, the other thing, just as and I was pleased to see that you called us out on each one of your paragraphs where we had not put money in last year or put in less money, and oh, surprise, surprise, it's going to cost more money when we finally do. I mean, I'm very, very aware of that. This was a great report. Thank you.
Thank you. Ralph?
Matt, is the plan for Bridge 5 a 1 or 2 lane?
Thanks, Councillor Manktel. It's a tricky situation with that bridge, and I encourage conversation on it. It would be a 2 lane. It would be it would be larger than what it is now, but it wouldn't be the ideal platform like we have out, like a 9-meter typical bridge platform that we have here on Ontario Street that we did last year. So Bridge 9. So it wouldn't be that wide. It would fit the area. It would be the most cost-effective option that we could. We wouldn't go ahead with replacing that structure without improving the road alignment the way it is right now. It's even in the summer months, the trucks get down there, big trucks, gravel. They drive over the guide rail. We fix the guide rail. So it's a tricky structure because it's a seasonal road currently. It would be a challenge for operations staff in the wintertime to maintain it should Highway 10 get closed down and people utilize it as a bypass. It's not to say it couldn't happen, but I just wanted to make that point in the report that it wouldn't be 100% committed to a 4-season, but it would be able to. The best comparison would be Bridge 18, which is over on 15 Side Road that we did in 2018 between 3rd and 4th line with the pond on the north side. Yeah, so that was a reduced overall road platform width slightly, with no future plans to develop or build the road.
Currently, this is a seasonal road. Defined season.
It's open about three seasons of the year.
Okay.
We close it up soon.
And are you looking at being a little more liberal with the new bridge?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Your worship, as a projected gas tax reserve for the end of 2023 would be $322,000. So that's, to your point, Glenn.
No.
But some.
Okay. So, do we want to nibble away at the administrative?
Well, if I may, Mr. Mayor and members of council, council is familiar with this list. There is nothing new added to this list. The only amount that has changed is the very first item, the computer software replacements. Last year, we went with 66,000. This year, it's up a little bit to 70 because the costs have gone up. Everything else, the next two, the cost is the same because we have a multi-year agreement with the company supplying the security for our computers. Other than that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Well, the one question I had in looking at it is, yeah, I know the computers is more or less the same as last year, but last year we got that efficiency grant that paid, I don't know.
Yes, I'll look at that again.
Okay, but that grant's not available?
Because we got that efficiency grant a few years back, and we still have a balance left over.
Oh, we do?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a question, it's not something that's specifically here, but I just wanted to understand what the insurance costs have changed for us for cyber insurance. Because I know of other people telling me that it's gone through the roof.
We were actually, because of our systems, we weren't too bad. It was about 10%. I mean, I know that was more than inflation, but you're absolutely correct, Counselor. Compared to others, we fared not too bad.
Okay, great, thank you.
I just have a question on the computer software replacements. Very frequently in government, computers, especially laptops as an example, are on a life expectancy, and let's say 3 years. And they go into year 4, year 5, and no one's the wiser, and it turns out that some of those timeframes are very limited. Can we stretch any of those without things falling apart?
We operate on a replacement. So if your computer can last 6 years or 7 years and it's running fine, we don't replace it.
Right. Okay. Good to know.
But we do buy a couple on the side just in case the person that does have the 7-year-old computer and out of the blue it crashes on you. And at that point, then it gets replaced. But no, we don't just automatically replace 3 or 4-year-old computers because that's their new life expectancy.
Okay, that's good to know. Okay, so any further questions on the administrative capital? All right, seeing that it is 12:59, the understanding is that we're coming back for a special meeting of council to complete this agenda, and will be confined to the matters that are published as part of that agenda, unless we waive the procedural bylaw to add something. But let's stay with what we've got. Fred?
So you can add anything to that special agenda prior to it being published, so if
Prior
there's
to it
something
being
that
published,
right.
yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
Which is 48 hours, that was why we couldn't do it
Right.
tomorrow.
Correct. Minimum
Yeah.
of 48 hours.
That's a whole week. Might be something that comes up.
Exactly.
And can you just confirm again,
So the
please?
Capital's going, right, Kim?
Oh, I wrote that
So the
down.
rec capital's going for the 19th.
2:30 p.m.
Yeah, 2:30. It's a Thursday. It's a Thursday. Okay, so I have a Are we okay, Elaine? Yeah, next week. Okay, I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council of the town of Mono in session 19-2023 held on October 10th, 2023, that it be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Mover, Melinda, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any opposed? That motion is carried.
My apologies, Your
sorry.
Worship, I did miss the mover and seconder.
Melinda and
Melinda.
Capes. Elaine, sorry.
Thank you.
And that we adjourn this meeting at 1:01. Mover, Deputy Mayor, seconded by Melinda. Any opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.